Karen. Hey, Robert. Michael.
Hey,
Hello.
everybody.
And Michael from California, otherwise known as Larry. How are you doing, brother? Okay, so who else should I be adding onto this call here?
Elijah, if you can get
Let's
a
go
hold of
check.
him.
All right, let me
He
see if
did
I
say
can
he
add.
wanted to speak, but I haven't been able to get a hold of him. He said he was having issues with Hangouts, so.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, just sent an invitation to Elijah. We're also hoping to get Rahul on here too, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I think George Henry was going to be on too, right?
That's what I understood.
George Henry, that's right. Okay, I sent him an invite before. Let me see if I can pull him onto the video here. Okay. It is George Henry. And then just go check on Facebook on our council and see if anybody last minute wanted to get in on this. I just got off of a 3-hour interview with an amazing person. I host a blog talk radio show every Thursday. I did share a link tonight. I highly recommend you guys check into our guest tonight. His name is Boris. It was just incredible information.
I've listened to some of his information before, so.
Oh, okay. You've heard Jim having before? Yeah, those guys are like the dynamic duo.
Yeah, we need to talk about all that sometime.
Sure. For sure. That's a whole other world, but it's all connected. Oh, in fact,
it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is connected, and I think it's a great tool that we probably need to be using. I just, there's so much information out there. It's kind of hard to distill it and really figure out what we need to do or what I need to do.
Okay, so I'm going to share the link to the. I'm going to share the link here.
All right. Dave, did I ask you before if what all that was?
Oh, video call from Lisa. Right into the Hangout, we hope. Because now I've got 2 windows open here. This is interesting. Okay. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add Alicia to this Hangout. All right. All right. Okay, so this is interesting. In order for me to have picked up her video call, I would have had to end this one. So I just invited her to the Hangout, and hopefully she'll be joining. There she is. She's joining us.
Yeah.
Hey, Alicia, how are you?
I'm good. I'm like trying to.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a learning curve to this for sure. Okay. Doing good. Your voice was making really beautiful melodic music just a second ago. It was like, did you guys hear it like I heard
it? Yeah. Didn't really hear any words, but lots of music.
It was like music, yeah. Just no words, just music. How are you, Alicia?
Oh, just good. Should I continue in the chat, or is my voice still messed up?
No, you're good. You're good. Tell us about Michael's assistant. Who's working with Michael Tellinger these days?
Yeah, her name's Lisa,
and
I forget her last name right now. It starts with a K. And I've been trying like really hard to get in touch with her, but finally got a Skype call set up. So
Cool.
just wanted to make sure that everybody, if there's anything that she can tell him, that, that any concerns that we have right now.
Okay.
So.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Is there anybody else that you guys can think of who we should be trying to plug in here? I sent out a bunch of invites. I invited people to send their Gmail addresses, but I think we've got everybody who can be here right now. Let's open Rasa Kananda can join us. Oh, here we go. Got a response from Jason. I think Matthew said he's going to be listening in by chat tonight. Oh, Michael, I just saw your, Michael Gabriel, I just saw your post that you're currently running Ubuntu, is it Linux or Linux?
Yeah.
Linux?
Yeah, I just put it in a few days ago, and it's working great, actually. It's real simple to install, and open source, everything. It's a really cool system. But you can get it online. Just look at Ubuntu Linux.
Is it super friendly for non-technical people?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's very similar to, like, the Mac OS X.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to download it and give that a try. Oh, I think Jonathan David Frechette, that's right, and James Milestone. Let's see if we can plug them in.
Have you guys heard about the quantum energy generator?
Yes, I've been following that. What have you heard anything recent, like last few days about it, or?
Well, I saw they open sourced like the instructions to build one.
Right.
Yeah, that looks like something really really crucial.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. They haven't succeeded in getting power out of it yet. They're getting something called reactive power, but they're unable to convert that yet to actually be usable. So, yeah, I'm kind of following that because I want to see if they're going to be successful. I think they will be. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, does that kind of energy power light bulbs?
The reactive won't, but if they can convert the reactive to usable energy, then yes, it'll run itself and have power left to run other devices. So.
Yeah, I saw a recent video where it was the quantum energy generator was running some light bulbs down in, like, I think it was in South America.
Yeah, Morocco probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that video is actually, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with all the terminology to explain what they're doing there, but yeah, it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is they can get a certain amount of power out, but they're not getting more out than they're putting in at this point. So when it reaches resonance, that's when you see those light bulbs light up, so you're getting out of it what you're putting into it, from what I understand, but you're not getting more out of it than what you put in, and that's kind of the purpose of this thing, is they're hoping that they can actually get more power out than they put into it.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought it said they were doing, but...
Is this whole thing based on, like, the Tesla standing waves type of idea?
It is kind of based on some of Tesla's work. If you just Google quantum energy generator, I could probably go find the link here for it. Hope Girl is on Facebook. She's kind of one of the leaders trying to get this thing open sourced and out there, and there's groups all over the world that are working on it, and a lot of engineers working on it.
Yeah, I'm sure I can find it.
Okay, I think I've sent invites to everybody who wanted to be here. So yeah, tonight Michael Gabriel is running the Hangout, moderating, and hand it over to Michael.
Cool.
Thank you, brother.
No problem. Okay, so we did have a little agenda, and I think the first thing on it was.
Yeah, you didn't really hear any words, but lots of music. It was like music, yeah, just no words.
Hey, George.
How are you, Alicia?
Oh, good. Should I continue in the chat or is my voice still messed up?
This is like a wrinkle in time. Hey, George, can you hear us?
Yeah,
George?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you able to turn off the audio for what's already been archived? I guess that's what you're listening to. That was our conversation like about 5 minutes ago.
That's what they're, but finally got a Skype call set up. So make sure that everybody, if there's anything that you can tell him.
Hey, George, can you hear me?
Sure. Or is there anybody else that you guys can think of who try to point to invites?
So I guess what maybe we have to do is
Mute his microphone, possibly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see here.
I think he's actually watching last week's Hangout, it seems like.
No way. I thought that was just us from a few minutes ago.
I don't think so.
Whoa.
Could
Mind blown.
be.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, control room, I think that's it. So I'm going to go here to George. George, can you hear us now, George? Can you hear us, George?
Doesn't look that way.
Okay, I'm going to have to put him on, okay, I'm muting his microphone. Okay. Actually, you know what? I wasn't hearing anything from him, so I'm going to unmute him unless we hear that background noise again. Okay, I'm sorry, Michael.
No problem. Okay, so yeah, I guess number one was the website that we wanted to check up on. I guess Robert's been working on the website, obviously, and he also mentioned he was possibly needing a group of 3 to 5 people for a little web development team. And so we're just kind of checking up, seeing where he's at, and what he might need from contributors for the web development team.
Yeah, the domains are still being, they're in the process of being transferred right now. I think everything is done. It's just, it takes a few days for everything to populate whatever it does on the old registrar's end. I think everything on my end is finished. So I should have control of those probably midweek next week, and then I can start working on that. Basically, you know, I liked what Dave shared with us, the brochure. I think I can take some of the content out of that and just create some of the content for the website. Maybe make it look a little bit like Tellinger's site, so that if people are visiting both sites, you know, it's not going to be just something radically different. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, I think so.
That's kind of what I was, you know, just thinking in the back of my mind. A little work needs to be done on the logo, and Alicia is still chasing down a layered Photoshop file for me. So thanks for that. If there's if there's anything specifically, I guess, that any of you think that needs to be said, maybe bullet points. I don't like cluttered sites. I'm planning on creating an email sign-up form where people can put in their email address, and so we can build a list. And that'll just be totally optional, of course. A link to Michael's book will be on there, probably to Amazon, something like that, so they can just go purchase it. And then, as far as getting other input, if there's anybody that just wants to kind of maybe touch base with me on a regular basis and just kind of work together, bounce things off. I know I'll be talking to Dave for sure, but anyone else that wants to chime in and is fine. So I'm not asking for anybody to come do all the work or anything like that, but I don't want to be out here just building a site and then throw it up there and everybody says, hey, no, that's not what we want. So let's kind of work on it together, is my point.
Cool. And then as far as skill sets, was there anything in particular that you wanted to build in that maybe you yourself don't really like doing very much that maybe somebody else would like doing a little better?
Well, I've got, there will be some back-end work that I'll be working on, and so if anybody wanted to just create some content, like, I'm thinking we'll have some pages for, just explaining what Ubuntu is about the party, what our mission is, and we can all be thinking about the kind of pages that we're going to want on the site. Anybody that wants to participate in this adventure, and then just write something up if you feel so moved, and send it to me, and I'll get back in touch with you. We'll talk about it, and we'll just get it started.
Question? So maybe we can try to get permission from Michael, like we were talking last week, to get a free copy of the ebook on the website, so people will have an option of either obtaining a hard copy or just downloading it for free. I think he may be amenable to that, but of course we need to ask him.
Right.
In terms of the email, newsletter option for sign up, if you guys had a chance to look at the copy and read through the flyer, at one point I'm directing anybody who's reading the flyer to connect with us via the website, and then I mention our Facebook page, and then I mention, the person who gave you this flyer, with a phone number, blah, blah. But I'm guessing that most of the people who are going to be connecting through our literature, our various campaigns, is going to be through the website. So that being said, I think that it'll be important to have like a newsletter sign up text field in a very obvious spot. But we should also have a template for people who are getting the literature, because I mentioned that we want to connect with about 64,000 people, which I get that number from basically adding up pre-coordinators for the country, for each state, for each county, and then for every municipality in the country. So it's like roughly around 64,000 people. So the idea is that, we're kind of putting an open invitation out there for people to plug in, so when they come to the website showing interest, there should be a form template where they can put in their information, like, how they're feeling it, municipal, state, county, and just, basically, get some information from them so that we know how to best move forward with their proposal to contribute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I wonder if there should almost be...
Doesn't look that way.
Yeah, I can hear you guys, but we have 3 people talking at any given time, and it's hard to focus on one.
Actually, you know what? I wasn't hearing.
No.
I just heard you, but I also heard us in the background. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that normally.
Seems like somehow he's watching something way behind. I think he's responding to when you asked if he could hear us about 5 minutes ago.
I don't think it was that far back. I think I heard my voice just, I don't know, maybe less than a minute. I can be completely wrong, though. But, Robert, what were you saying in response to doing like a form template?
Yeah, that's not a problem. That makes me wonder if we should do like a basic newsletter sign up where that's just a real simple form, email, name and email, and then for somebody that wants to get involved to be a possible contributor, or not a contributor, a coordinator, have a separate section for those people. What would you think of that?
You know what I do with Evolve Fest when people want to get involved with the festival? I basically, leave it completely open and people can make inquiries. So I like the idea of possibly just starting out with a basic contact us, and that people who want to get involved can basically send a letter of interest. Hello,
Sure.
I'm so-and-so, I'm from this area, I'm interested in getting some more information on how I can get an Ubuntu community or group going in my area. So as soon as we discover that this particular person has expressed an interest, we can then respond with a form letter to those particular people who inquire about plugging in that kind of a way.
Sure.
Is there a way that we're going to be able to, on the website, set something up so that people can see what areas might already have something going?
Yeah. We've talked about a map. Is that what you're thinking, Dave? Is the interactive map?
Yeah, like an interactive Google map that's zoomable so that you can at a glance see, the states, and then zoom into counties and municipalities or something like that. We should probably, in addition to having a dynamic interactive map, we should also have some kind of a spreadsheet that also has all that information kind of collated and organized.
Yeah, I was just talking with Gina, messaging Gina. She said she would get the list together of the coordinators, and I was asking her if she'd be interested in doing the map as well. It's actually not that difficult. I researched it a little bit today, and I'll walk her through it if she needs help with it. So we should be able to get that rolling here pretty quick.
And I had one other thing I wanted to mention about the website. I like your idea of keeping it as a very clean interface. And I think informationally, like if you read through the copy that I used on the flyer, I just kind of I didn't get into the nitty-gritty and like the really radical ideas that are contained in the book. And the reason why is that I want people to see the best, most enticing and desirable aspects of what the Ubuntu movement is all about, without necessarily slamming them with like the serious kind of like decision making and like even risk taking that we have to take, to really overcome these great challenges. I mean, there's no doubt that we're going to do it in a peaceful way as more people come on board. It's inevitable. But maybe with the website too, we just want to really keep it focused on like community initiatives, and just really like the subtext is that everybody's reading the book. If you're plugged into this movement, you've already read the book, you're reading it again. So that way, people can kind of have their own experience directly with Michael's ideas within the book, without like blasting on the front page of the website, of how we're going to like crash the monetary system. Not that Michael necessarily advocates crash. You know what I mean? Like,
Abolish the Fed.
Abolish the Fed. Like, yeah, you don't want that a big banner across the top of the website with statements like, no, that's too scary for most people. So we want to point to the community, the great things that will be coming, and then let them kind of have their own experience within the book, and then I'm sure everybody will be talking on it within forums and, on the private side through social media.
No, totally. I'm totally with you on that.
Like, we don't want to come across like angry, you know what I mean, at all. Like, we're frustrated, like, we got to end the Fed, We know it needs to be done, but like, I want people's first impression to just be one of real lightheartedness and joy and love, really,
Right. Totally.
It's about.
Okay, so we were talking about, I want to go back to getting all the information about the different coordinators and who's available, and somebody was talking about making a spreadsheet. I also wanted to, one of the things I've been working on is trying to get that sort of information available to everybody, like on a website. I had the wiki idea and maybe doing Reddit or something, which I'm going to go over a little bit of that today. But if we do a spreadsheet, that'd be great if we had it, but then we might want to have it in a spot that we could all get to it rather than like on a hard drive in somebody's computer. You know, I mean, we could always upload it to the...
David, didn't Charles make something like that? I know I've seen it. I think it's out even in Google Docs with what we had at least a while back. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think we put out a call to both Jules and Elizabeth. I might have actually tagged you in it as well because we were inquiring about getting that information. And I think it is just as easy as just making it a shareable. I think it probably is already shareable for anybody who has the link. So we have a lot of information already, but I just can't vouch for how many of those people who initially reached out asking to get involved, like, what, 7 months ago, was it, 6 months ago, who actually followed through and who are now part of it, but we're reaching out to them through their email address to see if there's still an interest to get involved. But we need to get that from Charles or from Elizabeth. I don't know if either one of them are listening in.
I think it's out on. I think it's already out on Google Docs. If you go to, go ahead.
It's actually on the, it's been uploaded to the Facebook group. So if you go to files, you'll see USA_volunteers.
Yeah, that was it.
Cool.
And I looked at it this afternoon, and it's there's a lot of information on there, and a lot of names too, which I have not seen. I think there's like 70 members here on our group, and I think there's quite a few more names on that list. So, like Dave said, I'm not sure how many of those people are really active.
Right.
Okay, we should probably reach back out to them if we can like appoint somebody who would be interested in just I don't know if there's a way even highlighting, selecting all of the email addresses and sending out a group email to everybody saying, you know, please respond if you still want to get involved with Ubuntu, because right now we're really, you know, beginning our launch and we need to determine who here still wants to get involved or something like that. Any ideas?
I'd be happy to do something like that. I'm already starting to do the wiki. I'd love to get it all compiled into one location that we could all find and get to, and not have 10 or 20 different sources that are kind of separate with different names on them. But if I could get a hold of just about anything that we've done already, I know Artemis Logic supposedly was also working on some information like that. Get a hold of just about everything so we could compile it, get a hold of those people, see if they're still interested, and at what level they're interested, and try to get, basically, like I said, dossiers, like you had asked us to do the 3 primary, 3 secondary, 3 tertiary gifts or loves, we can get that for everybody and get all sorted out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just testing right now. I just highlighted column M, and it didn't work. I tried highlighting it all and then opening up to send a letter out through Gmail, but it doesn't look like it pasted properly. So anyway, it might have to be done individually.
Alright, cool. Well, I suppose after the Hangout, I'll see if I can get hold of that, and we can both get started working on it.
Great, thanks.
So we've gone through most of the news-based stuff, except for the UbuntuCoins, which Rahul was working on. I was hoping to have him talk, but I had to take a couple notes in case he wasn't able to. So basically, the UbuntuCoins that he's working on, they're a cryptocurrency, and what they're going to allow us to do is basically anybody who's interested in doing so, who's connected to Ubuntu, he's going to gift these things to us, to the Ubuntu party, to use. And what you would basically do is you use your computer. It'll work with just about any computer, and it runs an algorithm that basically creates money. If you're aware of like bitcoins or anything of that sort of an idea, it's called a cryptocurrency. But the idea is that any one of us, or anybody in the party, will be able to create these, any contributor, and all of the funds that are created from this process can be used towards furthering the ideals of Ubuntu. You can use them towards, we can try to fund villages with them, or even advertisement, flyers, whatever we might need to start transitioning towards no money, essentially. But for now, it's just sort of something to kind of get us going. But he was been working on that apparently for years, and he's planning on unveiling it here early 2015. And he was also saying that he might be interested in getting a few contributors who are aware of some coding or graphic design to maybe help him out with some things in that. Was that a question, George?
Yeah, I'm a software developer.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, I might be help out a little.
Sign you up.
All right.
Yeah, so he did mention he'd have more information.
Personal projects to work on.
He did mention he'd have more information here within a few days about who and what he might need, so maybe I can shoot him your way. That's about it, I think, as far as the new stuff. We've been over the flyer and the maps, and let's see, compiling the coordinator dossiers, UbuntuCoins, and the website. So other than that, there was Elijah was going to do a presentation, but I'm supposing he hasn't been able to make it.
Yeah, this stuff for a minute. Has anybody here seen of like this meme organization stuff that Elijah wants to integrate? And I've kind of been trying to wrap my head around it, and from what I understand, I'd love to get your thoughts as well. He's concerned about, good content getting lost down, the memory hole, especially if we're posting on the wall. I understand the value of Reddit, which definitely helps in terms of the upvotes, but that's on another platform. So I'm kind of interested to see, how he's going to integrate what he wants to do within, I guess, Facebook he wants to do it. But I do like the idea of meme integration. It's kind of like using tags. Like, for instance, whenever, obviously, the return to common law is a big part of Ubuntu. Michael spends huge portions of the book, dealing with that specifically in different contexts. So, for instance, to be able to gather up all of our common law memes and posts and have them categorized for, easy access later on. But I don't know if we would be able to integrate something like Facebook, without having like a control of the code or something. I don't even know if it's possible. I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts of how you understood what Eli is wanting to do, and if you think it's feasible.
Yeah, quite frankly, I didn't understand what he had in mind, and so I didn't reply. I wasn't sure what he was talking about, really.
Seems like he's using different images or memes per different type of subject matter. So he has one for technology, or one for common law, or one for whatever, so that you can be able to basically visually scan and search for what threads are relevant to what sort of subject matter, rather than having to read through the entire thread.
Mm-hmm. Is
that what your understanding was?
Yeah, pretty much. But I guess more than anything, I do look forward to hearing him come on board with us and just really lay it out.
Explain
because it's one of those things like he's all about information systems and optimizing information systems, and I love the sound of it. But it's one of those things where like at math conventions and stuff, everybody's a genius, but nobody knows what each other's talking about because they're so focused within their own. You know what I mean? They're they're one area of expertise, and nobody understands each other, but they're all geniuses. So, looking forward to that. Yeah. And Michael, what I'm doing here is I was able to actually get all of those emails, all those names from the list, and I'm going to send that over to you in an email, and then you can compose a letter and just copy and paste it, and they should all, be able to be pasted right up into the address bar.
Cool. For sure.
Thinking about that idea of organizing information, I don't know how well that will work on Facebook, but the idea of having a wiki sounds pretty good to me, because that's a really well-developed and standardized way of organizing information on the web where people can access it easily. And then, I mean, you could combine some sort of branding and visual, links and things with that idea.
How are wikis created anyway? Is it just like a content management system of some sort that drives it, or how does? Go ahead.
Well, I'm not an expert on it by any means, but I've been a user. Like the company I work for now has an internal wiki where all of the information about how to set up a computer to do certain things, and how to troubleshoot technical issues and things like that. It's all in there, and it's very specific to their environment. So, it's not information that would be generally applicable, but within the company, it's totally applicable. So, you can do something like that and have it be completely public, or you could securitize it. I think we'd have to do some research into exactly how it's done. I'm sure there are open source free versions of it. There are probably some fairly affordable non-free versions too. I'm just guessing, really. But it's worth some research.
Okay, so actually, I've done a little bit trying to put one together, and Reddit does offer, it's part of the subreddit that I've already set up, they offer the wiki along with it. So it's all open source, it's all free. So it's already basically set up. There just isn't any content plugged into it yet. But you can basically organize, anybody can add anything to it if they're authorized to do so, if they're authorized to the subreddit as a moderator. So any sort of projects that we've done, they can get archived on the wiki. All of our information, our dossiers can be archived, they can be categorized so that somebody can search for something in a certain category relevant to what we've done. But it can all be, like I said, all be archived, and it's very simple to use. I was actually going to do a quick presentation on the wiki because I can do the screen share thing here, so I can kind of show you how it all works. It seems like Reddit and the wiki are kind of new to most people, so I suppose I can get started with that now, unless there's anything else.
That'd be great.
Excuse me.
All right, cool. Okay, so let's see here. Screen share. All right, can everybody see that? Are you seeing what I'm seeing, the website here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is Reddit. It's just www.reddit.com. And it is a different platform. There's kind of a lot of information when you first pop on. So I can see why some people are getting a little bit perturbed. Over here is where you would either log in or sign up. And to sign up, like I said, it's real simple. You don't even need a name. You can just choose a handle and a password. You don't even have to have an email if you don't want, if you want to keep it totally anonymous. I'm just going to go ahead and log in. Okay, and then once you're in, you're going to come to your front page, and at first, like I said, there's going to be lots of information. Maybe I can help some people run through how to get to it, but I'm just going to go straight to the Ubuntu page that I created. Here it is. And all that this is, basically, is, I mean, there's an image, obviously, but down here, I've created 5 threads. Basically, the idea was that any project that we might have, anybody can come on the wiki, I mean, on the Reddit here, and post a project, an idea that they might have, and you see on the left here, you have these up and down arrows. So essentially, any project that somebody posts, you can read it, you can go into it and see what it's about, see all the information. This was something I did on compiling the coordinator dossiers. And if you like the idea, if you think it needs more energy, or you'd like to see it done, basically you can upvote it over here. Right now it'll be, I only have 1 because there's nobody, not a whole lot of people using this yet. But as you upvote, essentially, your front page will organize all of the topics based on the number of up and down votes, right? Okay, so that anything, like I said, if you you don't have to worry about it getting too cluttered, because anything that is not really in line with everybody's ideals is going to sort of fall down, and anything that seems like a really great idea to a lot of people is going to come up, and it's going to be really easy for anybody, any coordinator, any contributor, to find a project that they could want to get into. They could just see, what's interesting to people, and they could go ahead and go in and see what the status is on it and what they might need as far as looking for contributors or anything like that. And go ahead. Any questions?
Yeah, Michael. When you said that you were creating a wiki, is this what you mean? Is this the wiki?
There is a wiki attached to it, so it's on the side right here. You see a little button that says wiki. If you click on that, right now there's nothing essentially. I wanted to use it originally to compile the coordinator dossiers. It was the first idea that I wanted to do. But like I said, right now there's no information plugged into it. But basically, you'd be able to take anything, any piece of information like a process, or if you wanted to write out, new coordinator, anything, you could plug it into the wiki. It could be saved and archived, or our past projects, anything from here on the front page that we've done, finished, could be moved over to the wiki.
Awesome.
Yeah, like I said, right now there's no content there, but it's quite easy to do. And for those of us, I know that some people have already signed up for Reddit for this. If you have, and you come up to the subreddit here with our page, if you come up to the Ubuntu Council of Elders page, there's a little button right here that will say subscribe, and you're going to need to click that to be getting updates. If not, then it's not going to tell you when something new has been posted.
Gotcha.
To the subreddit. So right now it looks like there's only 2 subscribers. Yeah, but this was just one idea, and I'm not attached to it getting used. I'm, just one thing that I felt like would work really well with our needs. And it's open source. Like I said, all the code is available. So if there's anybody here that codes, which we already have one. Anybody here that does that, it can actually be you can take it all apart, and it's quite simple. Apparently, you can take it apart, and you could use it. We could use it directly on our website rather than having to come to Reddit if we wanted to do that.
You go on there right now, subscribe.
Okay.
And once I'm in, I just search for Ubuntu C, capital C, lowercase o, capital E.
COE, yes. Definitely. Should be no spaces. Let me see. Let me get back in line.
Oh, no spaces. Okay. And it's Ubuntu COE, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah. Here we go. Cool. Okay. Now, if I can remember my username.
I think you posted it on the Facebook if you haven't forgotten it. Or I think it was just David Bryson.
Okay. Oh, cool. There we go. And now if I want to get notified, I saw something on the right of your page.
Yeah, you'd go, maybe once you log in, it'll take you back to the front page. So make sure you go back to the Ubuntu COE. You might have to type it in again.
Oh, got you.
And then once you're there, you should be able to scroll down. You should see the Ubuntu logo right there on the top. Ubuntu. Okay,
actually, no. When I went back to front page, it brought me back to like the hot, I guess, hot new rising controversy.
Exactly. So on your little search bar over there, just type. You probably have to put in the Ubuntu COE again to come back.
Okay.
Does it show you being moderator of Ubuntu COE, Dave?
Okay.
It should.
Over there on the right.
Okay, I'm subscribed now. I just subscribed. Says I'm an approved submitter.
Yes. So the way I had it set up was that it's public. Anybody can view it, but only approved submitters can actually submit the thread. So that because Reddit's a big community, somebody can't just get on there and start trolling everybody.
Yeah. All right, I'll keep this open on my computer and start using it. Keep it as an open tab.
Does everybody kind of understand how it works?
Yeah, I'm in and it looks good.
Cool.
I just accepted the invitation to become a moderator, and now I'm subscribing. That was fairly exciting for a very small thing.
Okay, there's the subscribe button. I just found it. How exciting. What we're going to do with all this excitement.
Okay, well, one more thing here. So just in case, because I know that a lot of people, when you first sign up, let me go back to screen share here. When you first sign up, it automatically subscribes you to a whole list of like the most popular stuff on Reddit, and you might not really be interested in most of that. So let me see. Oh, what happened here?
Oh, I hit capture. I see you guys opening it. I'm not even sure what this thing is.
I think it's a picture taken or something.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now
Okay, so anyways.
out of it. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay, so I'm screen sharing again. This is back to the Reddit front page. If you go, you notice up top here you have all these lists. These are all the different. I hear a camera. These are all the different threads basically that you are subscribed to. But if you go to the right over here and you hit edit, and down right here are your subscriptions, right? So right now I have a lot less than I think most of you do. When you first start, they give you about 20 of these. And
Okay.
And that makes your front page really cluttered at first. So I'd go ahead and unsubscribe to basically anything that you're not interested in, which is probably just about all of it. And then you'll only get updates from the ones that you are subscribed to.
Thank you. That will make it a lot better.
Yeah, and it'll also show up at the top here, at the top of your navigation bar. It has links to all of the ones that you are subscribed to. So in this case, if you were to sign in, instead of having to type in Ubuntu COE again, you could just come up here and click it, and then it'll take you to the page.
Yeah, I was wondering why all that stuff was showing up. I was afraid there wasn't anything to do about it, so that's great.
There is. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you know what the little camera is on the bottom left of portraits here? Oh. Okay, so as far as my list of stuff to talk about, that's most of it. We had three kind of subject matters that I was interested in. One of them was the first village. Like, what are we going to do as far as getting ready for that? I mean, I know that right now we don't have the land, obviously we don't have any of that, but I'm saying if, for some reason, somebody tomorrow gifted one of us a big piece of land, should we maybe be thinking about setting up a trust? What is the best way to go about being ready to do that?
Yeah, I've given that some thought. So one of the most important things is that we make sure that any land that becomes available by any means is owned in allodium, and you know, that it's the banks aren't involved with it. You know, that it's a title holder that can either pass along the title or creates the trust as a member of the Ubuntu community. So we just need to know that, you know, we're not going to be spinning wheels and wasting energy on a doomed effort from the outset. Okay. It also has to showcase, in a sense, for the rest of the country. The first one really needs to model what all the rest can be. So it would have to be ideal in a lot of ways, you know, being close to a body of water, being physically beautiful, doesn't necessarily need to be in a totally rural region, you know, but those were just some of my thoughts.
So yeah, trust is definitely the way to go, I suppose. And then as far as the owning the land in Allodium, isn't that possible to get sorted out after it's been, I guess if the original owner of the land has no idea about any of this stuff, should we basically have to get them to go through the process first, or is it possible to do the process ourselves once the land is handed over?
I think whoever is the possessor of the title can you know, I think basically, you know, it's like holding a receipt, and I don't really know how it would work in terms of land, real estate, and laws, but we can look into it. But you know, because we just basically have to anticipate the possibility of the powers that be or whatever trying to create failure, so that we cannot have these kind of like strong showings of success, which is really we want a long train of those kind of successes, because the proposition that we're making to the world is so huge that we're going to be under intense scrutiny, and to the extent that we're challenging like entrenched power bases that have great resources at their behest, actually be like 3 steps ahead of them, like a chess master, you know, and making sure that you know, our projects and our plans cannot be undermined, you know, by any of their influence. But yeah, it should be like a real paradise. Like it should be like, you know, like a learning center there. There should be like a craft center. There should be like an art center. You know, essentially like a little utopia. You know, where people are actually doing the 3-hour per day model with their labor of love. That there's like a great little resource-based local economy even within the community. I mean, I would like to see probably at least 20 people who are actually on site, you know, living there, like leaving everything else behind to just be part of this new experience. And any more than that, it'd be great if there was like 100 people or more. I'm just trying to be realistic. Trying to think of some of the other thoughts, but that's all for now.
I guess. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Well, you know, one of the things that crosses my mind, especially based on some of the things I've been reading lately, is, you know, again, depending on the state that that first community is going to be in, you know, laws and codes, I think, are going to be quite different. You know, so I guess that's one of the thoughts as David was talking about. You know, staying a step ahead of the powers that be, we're really going to have to be familiar with, you know, again, whatever state this first community happens to get started in, we really need to be up to speed on, or whoever's going to be living in it, on what's going on in that particular state. And I think, you know, as far as I can tell, it seems like the East is a lot more under the thumb of the powers that be, maybe a little bit more so than where I am, you know, in the middle of nowhere, as I refer to it as.
Right. Like I've heard of, like, aren't there homesteading communities still in this country? Basically places in the country, like out in the Midwest, that are so desolate that they're actually encouraging people to come out there and actually create civilization. Like I think with homesteading, you can actually go literally stake a claim on land. I'm sure there's some kind of procedural paperwork, that kind of stuff, but essentially they're wanting to populate certain areas that are completely depopulated. So I imagine places like that don't have to worry too much about, you know, oppressive zoning laws and stuff like that.
You know, exactly, and I'm not all that far from some of those. You know, I'm in western South Dakota. You know, there's some towns in northern Nebraska and in the middle of South Dakota where, you know, there's, you know, I know one town in Nebraska, you know, I'm talking town signs, you know, population 8, you know, and, you know, really, not kidding here, guys. There's more cows and horses in some of those areas where I used to live than there are people. You know, we joke about that, but it is totally true. You know, again, it's just knowing, you know, your ability to go out there and stay underneath the radar is going to be a lot higher than if you were in, you know, again, and I'm from Missouri, so when I think of states like Missouri, Illinois, in that direction where there's so many people that nothing you do is going to be under the radar.
Right.
So I guess that's one of my thoughts, is where is this going to be, and being really familiar with, you know, with the laws and you know, whatever, you know, just culture or climate is in that particular state as far as people still having freedoms.
Yeah, I think Rahul Singh Buttar, who's part of our group, actually, you know, is working with people who want to set up some kind of sustainable village actually in Nebraska. He's got a particular area in mind. So next time, you know, we can get him on here, we can inquire. They want to basically build it on the pattern of Phi, the sacred, you know, the golden spiral. So it's interesting that you should mention Nebraska, because he specifically was thinking of Nebraska.
Okay, well, I would be interested to know about where.
Let me see if I can send him a message through chat here.
Okay. I guess, David, another question I wanted to see, and it doesn't really have to be answered now, but I met a woman who I have made another coordinator, the second one for South Dakota, not too far from me. Did you get that information that I put out, and I added her to some of the sites in the last several days, maybe over the weekend?
I did see something, yes.
Okay.
I saw at least one, so, you know, I'm glad you bring that up, because basically we're going to see like a whirlwind of activity, like a crashing waterfall of people coming in and wanting to plug into Ubuntu. So everybody here should already be an admin on the council page. Basically, anybody on the council page is already an admin of that page, and probably an admin of the Ubuntu USA party page. So
it
you guys
looked that way when I got on to put her on.
Great. So yeah, anybody that you guys add into the group, as an admin, you should make them an admin as well, okay? And if you're able to, also just plug them into the Ubuntu Party USA. Now, I remember, George, you were expressing some concerns about what if, you know, we're making everybody admins and all of a sudden there's like an infiltrator that wants to, like, you know, wreak havoc. You want to share some of your concerns?
Well, yeah, it's just that if you get, you know, admin is like the ultimate power. If you give everybody the ultimate power, then people can do whatever they want up to a point. But, you know, I'm not as knowledgeable about Facebook as some people, and I think, David, you pointed out that, you know, they can't really kick everybody else off and take over the group all in one fell swoop. It would take them a while to do that, and we would be on to them, and problem before they could cause too much damage. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think Facebook has got some kind of safeguards in place so that, like, an admin that goes rogue can't, like, destroy the whole community. You know, so there, I don't know, there can maybe be some moderate damage. Really, what we should do is experiment and test within the group. Like, I should go in there and see if I can, like, unadmin you. Or actually, it shouldn't be me since I started the group. It should be a recently added admin to, like, you know, unadmin a bunch of the others. And, you know, I don't know if, like, after 5, Facebook will say, you know, you can only do 5 in a day or something like that. But I'm fairly certain that they've got safeguards in place of that nature. And I think that what we discussed last week at one point is that if we ever see, like, any malicious activity going on, you know, we have to just basically keep the preservation of the group, you know, put that first. And if anything, just disable anybody who might have an issue or who is angry, you know, even if it's a mistake, because we can always rectify it and get things straightened out. you know, by discussion, we can avoid conflict, right? Like we learned from common law, and we can always restore people. But just as we kind of daily interact with these pages, if any one of us as an admin sees something that, you know, looks possibly like it could be, you know, a plant or whatever, I don't mean to sound paranoid, but you know, the fact of the matter is, like, you know, we're going to be challenged now and then, and we just have to, I guess, be ready just to, you know, take action when those things happen without getting too crazy about it, you know?
Okay, I just removed that David Andrew Bryson guy, whoever he is. No, not really.
Clearly.
But it does look like I can remove you. I clicked on the little setting, and it gives me the option to remove you from the group. So.
All right. Now let me see. Let me see if there's anything different from my end here. So let's see here. If I go into members, now it'd be interesting to see. Okay. Oh, but you know, I was added. David Andrew was added by David Bryson, which is my alternate.
Oh, okay. So maybe.
So maybe all of us need to be doubled. Just kidding.
Well, you know why I do that is because Facebook automatically just disables my account. Not so much this part of the year, but you know, earlier, the VOFS page, when I started, you know, really delving into common law and sharing that knowledge, we went through such rapid viral growth. We're literally on the fan page, we were getting like 10,000 new likes every like 5 or 6 days. It was crazy. We went from like, it took me 4 years to build the group up to about 30,000, and then from like February, March, April, about those 3 months, it went from 30,000 to 155,000. It was incredible, but we definitely must have caught, you know, the attention of Facebook or something, and they were just messing with me. So I have another account just in case, you know, they shut down one. I can still function through my strawman account or whatever.
There you go.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. So do you want to see if you can remove just the David Bryce and not David Andrew? And I want to see if
It does give me the option. So do you want me to go ahead and click remove from group and see what happens?
yeah, definitely.
All right. Are you sure you want to remove David Bryce and confirm? Okay. All right. So it says I cannot remove you because they were the original creator. So.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's one of the safeguards right there.
Safeguard.
Okay.
Let me see if I can remove.
Now, interesting. You said you removed David Andrew Bryson, but it looks to me like I'm still an admin there.
No, I didn't. I started to, but I
was going to. Can you try removing that too?
Yeah, let me give it a shot here. Okay. Yeah, that worked.
Okay, now let me see what happens if I refresh my page. Okay. Oh, okay, so join this group to see the discussion. So, okay, you remove me. I'm going to say join the group again. Okay, so now I'm a member on there. Now, I wonder if that would erase all my posts. I doubt it. I hope not. I'll have to go and look.
Oh, yeah, we might have. All right, I just added you.
Oh, you added me again. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't even find myself. All right, let's try that again. Refresh. Oh, okay, there I am. Added. Excellent. Let's now see if any of my posts are still up. Yeah, it looks that way. Like my invite to the Hangout is there, among some other things. So, okay, yeah. So I guess basic safeguards like that will keep anything too crazy from happening. You know, we just might have to do some damage control if that actually happens. But let's talk some more about the community. Michael from California, man, what do you think about Cali as a possible place to get the first Ubuntu community going?
Yeah, I think it's a great place to I talked to them the other day. They're in like Volcano, California. It's up, and they a community that he wants to like get the Ubuntu idea, see if how they like it.
And where is that?
It's in Volcano, California.
Oh, Volcano. Cool.
Yeah.
Is there a volcano there?
You have to be careful about those volcanoes. They do erupt occasionally. Of course, we have one in the United States called Yellowstone that could take care of all of us if it ever decides to go off.
Oh, yes, the caldera. All right. So, what else, guys?
Well, we had talking about, I was kind of curious about the dimensions of coordinatorship, because we have 3 right now. We have state, county, township. And I think some people, you ask them, or when you pose the question to start thinking about where you were serving or which level you were serving on, I think some people were kind of, what's the difference, or what can I expect differently depending on what I choose? And so I kind of wanted to talk about that, what we each think of the different levels, what type of responsibilities you're expecting that would be different from the 3.
Yeah. I mean, originally I kind of thought of it as kind of like a support network. Like, for instance, the county coordinators would be, kind of in a sense being mentors to the municipalities within their counties, taking on, of course, an important leadership role. But they're, I don't want to call it like a chain of command, but it is kind of like a natural hierarchy just for organizational purposes and for just like the flow of information. So the 3 state coordinators, like I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know if there's like people who have the time luxury or whatever, but like, in other words, the state coordinator ideally shouldn't be a person who is obligated with a lot of other things, so it would be great, for instance, if there was like retired people or independently wealthy where they weren't working a full-time job, because I can imagine, when things really get going with Ubuntu, I could imagine being a state coordinator being a full-time job for the kind of, broad vision that we have. So like, people who are like independently wealthy or like, retired, that kind of a thing. But really, at every level, it's going to be about people engagement, and it's going to be active. I think we're just going to have to communicate to people that, there's going to be things to do like every single week, and it can be also like, working within its own kind of organizational structure. So in other words, we here on the council, even though we're probably going to be plugging in at these various levels, like I know I want to represent Sussex County where I live, like how I put in the flyer, so I want to be like a county person as well. And but there's going to be a lot of independent organizing within those kind of shells or hubs of activity, because it's just going to be too much to, in a sense, get a broad overview. We might be able to create some kind of analytics, perhaps by plugging in information, and we could probably also do a lot of general organization from the website in terms of like national agenda, state agenda, blah blah blah. But in terms of like getting right down to the communities and what's happening there, that will be primarily the domain of those people who are really hustling and working at that community level. And there's just no way we can possibly really keep an eye on whatever it is, like, almost 40,000 independent municipalities in this country alone. That's way, way down the road, of course. So it really is like an open source thing. We're just trusting that once people get kind of rooted in the principles of Ubuntu and really tap into, activating that genius, tapping into the local talent pool and the brain trust, that they'll just know best what to do with it, and it'll just be nothing but a string of success stories all around the country. In other words, it's uncontrollable, which is good.
Yeah, right.
Cool. I also wanted to maybe share some of my thoughts on the same subject matter. I gave it a little thought too, because when the question was posed to me, it was the same. What do I choose, and what would I expect would be different between each sort of dimension of that, and what's the experience different? So what I kind of came up with, and the way I thought about it, was that someone who's a township coordinator is most likely going to be the closest to individual people in the area. If you're talking about somebody who's a county coordinator, they're most likely dealing more with either the township coordinators themselves or the state coordinators, or they're more so than maybe the township coordinators would. So when I was thinking about a township coordinator, I was thinking about someone who's very interpersonal, who's very interested in getting out there with people, who's very kind of a warm type of person if that's their main interest, or also maybe like artist type people who really want to beautify their municipality and want to have that sort of a take on it. And then for county, I was thinking that people who are pragmatic, very good with organization, that you're working with these different townships. And so I was thinking that people who are, sorry, I'm looking at my notes, so I'm looking off the side over here, who are very interested in efficiency and management and generally pragmatic or systematic. You're going to be not working with the townships as much as more as working with your township coordinators, right? Not working so much with the individual people. You're more kind of checking in with all of your township coordinators, checking ideas and what sort of things can be applied in a broader sense, I would think. Right? This is all just speculation. And then for state, it's sort of even like a higher end to that, where you're somebody who's probably very interested in information processing. You're checking in with all the county coordinators, all the great ideas that have come up from the people up through the township coordinators, up through then the county coordinators. Maybe county coordinators like, hey, this is working really great over here in my area, and the state coordinator might be the person who's directly connected to that. We can maybe pick up that and see if any other county coordinators might be able to use it, and then they could bring it down to their township coordinators. So I was thinking that state people would probably be, very sort of like R&D type people, and like you said, have lots of time maybe to travel around and to see different projects that people are working on that might be able to be applied broadly. Although right now we're basically in the information space. We don't have a whole lot, we don't have any villages out there yet, so mostly we're working with spreadsheets and flyers and that sort of thing. But eventually there'll be physical resources and physical processes, rocket stoves, whatever else that we'll be interested in, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you just inspired something. If we had kind of like a template of what might be described as components that we would want to see implemented at all these, or it can be duplicated over and over again, because a lot of people will come of great energy, they're going to get lit up, they're going to want to throw their heart and soul into it, but we don't want to have to make them feel they have to reinvent the wheel. So we should have something on the website that basically creates like a template of components for each category. So let's say at the municipal level, let's say one component is community supported garden at the municipal level, and then once and had it established, off like how it's actually like the component of like a puzzle coming together or something, like, oh boom, they've got their garden next, and until they essentially can like light up the screen, having all of these core components plugged in, registering the town hall style meetings on a monthly basis. Boom, that's one component, and keep it fairly simple, not too. We could say things are ready to go, and you found the others. This is aim for, and we can show them like a visual, like a little drop down, what it means. Could even be able to like reward system into it, so that there's like an incentive to complete the entire picture for their level by like lighting up all the components. You know what I'm trying to say in terms of just like keeping it easily duplicable and almost like a fun game, kind of like a goal-driven thing to actually get Ubuntu agendas and communities established in the way that we optimally want to see them established at each level. Did that make sense?
Well,
Yeah, that makes.
I'm not so sure about making it a fun game in the sense of, you know, interacting with the software or what have you. You know, it needs to be practical, it needs to be usable, it needs to be navigable, and something that people can really relate to and see the practical value of. So I do really like these ideas. I think, you know, as we sort of refine them a little bit, we can put them in writing, we can put them on the wiki, and we, you know, as a group, everybody can discuss them, and, you know, we can help refine them over time. And then the real refinement to me, you know, even of going back to the Ubuntu contributionism book, not going to suggest that Michael developed that in a vacuum or anything, but there are tons and tons of ideas, wonderful ideas in that book that have never really been tried in practice, and I'm sure when they are tried in practice, what's in the book is going to change. It's not reflecting exactly what's going to happen. So that much more so with, or equally so with any ideas that we come up with.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're trying something new here, so there's going to be a lot of room for all of us to be flexible, right?
Right. And one thing we should definitely focus something put together as soon as possible is like some kind of legal team. And I'm trying to get Rob Johnson, who's already on the council. I included Rob because he's got a great knowledge base when it comes to law, and he is a confident and competent and capable person in a courtroom setting in terms of just, you know, against bar attorneys like toe to toe, and you know, represent from the private side in common law. But I think it would be really cool to see if we can solicit the help of some of the people that we know, even through some of these law groups that we're connected with. You know, like this guy I interviewed tonight, he's like a freak of nature. You know, you wonder, is this person even human? Boris would be awesome, right? Boris would be awesome, but he's almost like, you know, I don't know what it is about Boris. He's a force of nature. But if we could have like people like Boris essentially, you know, see the Ubuntu vision, what we're trying to do, would basically be like, oh yeah, like if you guys ever run into anything that requires legal advice or I will certainly, you know, lend my knowledge, my abilities, you know, to that. And I feel that's important, to have some kind of legal team put together, non-bar attorney, of course.
Yeah, I had the very same thought a few minutes ago. So we're on the same page there. Have you ever heard of Brandon Alexander Adams?
I don't think so. Tell me about him.
Okay, he's a guy. He's got micmastery.net is his website. But you and I are both friends with a guy named Matthew Wolf, and he's actually attending a conference in Albuquerque this weekend that MIC Mastery is putting on. So I'm really curious to see what he gets out of that. Brandon he really has a great come from. He talks a lot about spirituality and, you know, just our approach, being creditors instead of debtors, taking responsibility for ourselves and our brother, and he really has a great come from. So I've thought about trying to reach out to him. I just wondered if anybody in our group might be already associated with him in some way.
I just sent him a friend request, and if he accepts my request, I'm going to be his 1111 friend, his 1,111 friend, which would be awesome. Because I'm looking right now, he's got 1,110 friends. I would be 1111, which would be awesome. And Matthew Wolf, by the way, is a badass, man. Like, you know, I'm pretty much in awe of that dude whenever he posts his stuff. You know, for a young guy, he's got a great.
Yeah, he's a neat guy.
Cool. So, anything else that we need to cover, Michael? Anything else?
The last thing I have on my list is I was curious as far as recruiting new coordinators. Is the Ubuntu Chamber or Council of Elders on the Facebook, is that sort of the exhaustive list? Is that what we would want to or try to get people into if we decide to recruit a coordinator? And what sort of process as well? I mean, is there any etiquette? We want them to fill something out before we get to that point. I mean, obviously we want them to read the book. We talked about that last week, all of those sort of things. I mean, as far as actually bringing them into the group.
Remember last week we were talking about like basic criteria?
Yep.
Okay, so we would want to create some kind of contract or document where by signing off they are agreeing that they understand what is our request for their level of engagement and what their responsibilities are. So in other words, it's going to be absolutely critical for anybody plugging in to know precisely what we're expecting of them. So we will need to essentially work on a list of responsibilities for each level coordinator, each level type, state, county, municipality, of what's expected of them, so that there's never performance questions. But at the same time, of course, coming from Ubuntu, it's very kind of, no force, no, overweening expectation, except that we expect people to do what they say that they're intending to do. So some kind of, something that they can sign off on and that they can maintain a copy to refer to at all times.
Since you mentioned that, what it is as far as responsibilities, I think it would be really cool if we were able to sort of allow a person to essentially, I mean, we don't want to, I don't know if we want to dictate, I mean, of course we have some basic responsibilities, but I don't know if we want to dictate a list of responsibilities and let's just basically ask a person, what is it that you are intending to give, and it's your responsibility to give that, whatever it is that your intention is, if we all sort of bring them in. And just like, yes, that's something we want, something we need, rather than having like, these are your responsibilities, this is what they are, and it would be cool, I think, to have it a bit more personal.
I'd like to toss in a perspective. Seems like we might have many different perspectives on this, but when I agreed to be a coordinator, the notion was I have no idea what that means, and it could become very involving, and I was very hesitant. I still don't know how involved I want to be, right, or what sort of involvement I want to participate in, but I really like the idea, of Ubuntu contributionism. I read the book and I've watched the videos, and I like Michael Tellinger, and the whole deal. So it's something I want to support, and the sort of what came across my radar was that there's a need for somebody to fulfill a loosely defined role, right now. And I didn't know what it would be, but the thought was always in my mind, if it turns out to be too much, I can back out, or we can find somebody to replace me if it becomes too much. And so I think more so than looking for a list of what we want you to do, or what you might want to do, or what you feel qualified to do. It's more like a general willingness and a general enthusiasm. And if that's there, then a person, will adapt, at least up to a point. If it becomes, from a practical perspective, too much, you might need two coordinators, or that person might say, you know what, I have all these unexpected responsibilities that have come up, and I have to back out and hand the reins over to somebody else, at least for a while, because people's circumstances will change and so forth. So, you know, I can't see it being too formalized. Maybe something as a general guideline, because one does want to know, well, what might I have to do as a coordinator, you know, at a particular level. That's great. You know, this is sort of a list of things that you might typically need to do. That would be helpful. But in terms of you know, making it very formalized, I don't know. I mean, I think there'll be people who will be willing to do maybe a little bit, and that's it, and then people who will be willing to put everything else in their life on hold and, you know, do this for the next 5 or 10 years full time. Just depends on the person. My thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, those are great thoughts. Thank you for sharing, George, because that's certainly an issue. You know, it's kind of an uncomfortable situation to step into a place and then to back out of it. And I understand that for most people. I don't personally have a problem with that because I've had to do that plenty of times in my life. Like, you know, I naturally just have, like, you know, I'm a spearhead. Like, when I get excited about something, I want to initiate, you know, a lot of movement in a certain direction and get people involved. But for me, it's like literally like throwing like spaghetti, seeing if it sticks, you know, and if there's an idea or proposition that's out there and I'm not seeing that it's really resonant and there's not going to be a lot of support, well, I don't want to waste my time on it, and especially if there's not going to be sufficient support, and I just let it go. So a lot of times I find myself kind of like stepping into these initiatory roles and then having to kind of gracefully bow out, and I don't feel bad. You know, it's more like a matter of fact, you know, this is just not optimal flow of energy, so that's cool, you know. So if we can somehow communicate to people that, you know, buying into the Ubuntu vision by, like, you know, owning it and embracing it doesn't lock you into something that is difficult to get out of, you know, even if you hold space temporarily, and I think a lot of people are going to be in this position, kind of like what I was explaining last week with this kind of like, you know, presidential bid or whatever. You know, we're going to have figureheads for the party at various levels, and I can't wait until somebody comes along who will be a better presidential candidate who could fulfill that role. So to be able to, like, communicate to people that this is going to be very fluid, there's going to be people coming in, and really, because it's not like an ego-driven thing, or at least it shouldn't be, and because it's not about competition, and it's not about status or prestige or like maintaining power, it should, you know, I guess the question is, how do we engender an environment of optimal energy flow where just like the natural humility of spirit says that, like, when I see somebody who is, you know, obviously qualified to be doing something that I'm currently doing in a better way, that I can, you know, offer and say, hey, listen, it sounds like, you know, you'd be doing a much better job of this if you know, you were doing it. So, you know, at that point, maybe we can create a wider community where you've got a lot of people who are in like the support group, you know, who are the support of the actual coordinators. But in my mind, coordinators should be spearheads. They should be people who are like driven, you know, really passionate, like going out there, hitting the streets, like really, like literally, like, you know, canvassing communities, literature, almost like a person who is initiating their own political campaign. It almost has to have that kind of degree of self-starting, you know, and just being a spearhead, and that anybody who wants to hold space until those spearheads become apparent, we can then, like, in a sense, pass that off to the spearheads and then recede back into kind of like this support. Like, I'm still part of Ubuntu, but I'm not one of these 3 coordinators, but I help the coordinators, and they stay in touch with me, and I ask them what their needs are, if I can help in any way, and there's going to be a lot more supporters than there are those actual spearheads. So what do you guys think about that kind of thing?
I think you're right. There's be more supporters than spearheads, and I agree with George. I don't, as far as what we, you know, we all kind of came in rather loosely. I know I didn't sign anything, so I'm not sure that I'm in favor of having people sign any kind of a document or anything, but but I know we need. Well, I don't know. I kind of think it'll naturally evolve as well. So I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there needs to be an actual like physical signature, but by having kind of a list of responsibilities, a person's tacit agreement,
Yeah.
they're entering. That's our offer. They accept our offer. We're in contract at a certain level. Although, yeah, I don't think that we should be asking people to physically sign
Right.
documents or anything like
Okay.
that.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I think having a list of things that they could expect to be engaged in would be helpful.
Yeah, I have a friend who's very enthusiastic about the Ubuntu movement, but absolutely does not want to be a coordinator because she thinks in her mind it means group organizing, and she says, I'm terrible at group organizing and I don't want to do it. So, if we could define, does it actually involve group organizing, or is that not something that you have to do? Are there 15 other things that you might do as a coordinator that you would be good at that would all be very useful, and you can delegate the group organizing? That might get my friend involved, for example.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for us to attempt to exclude anyone at this point. We can use every warm body that we can find.
Yeah. I think I agree with that, and let it fill in organically, and whatever is needed will end up being contributors. I mean, coordinators. I mean, for now, I think anybody has something to give, and anybody who's really interested in giving will have some sort of something to put forward. Doesn't have to be in a certain way, I'm sure.
Well, and I think everyone has their unique personality, their way of doing things. I'm not the kind of guy that wants to go out there and beat the street. That's just not my style, but I don't mind talking to people, and it's usually one-on-one, more just as I meet people and chat with them and that sort of thing. If I have to stand up in front of a crowd, I don't mind doing that either. But I know there's some people that would be deathly afraid of that, and they just have a different approach. So, but I think we can use all of them.
Beautiful.
But
So, are you guys feeling? Have we covered enough stuff for the night, or?
I feel like we have. I'm feeling like I need to go to bed, guys. So.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same.
Well, that's the end of my list, so.
Michael, thank you so much for just putting together the agenda and coordinating. And do you guys think it's good just to kind of maintain, this flow that we've established, like, weekly meetings, unless we decide not to for some reason? What's the thoughts on maintaining continuity with communication here in the Hangout?
Yeah, I think we should continue.
Okay. I think it's important, at the outset at least, to keep up the weekly...
Absolutely. I probably still won't have much to report on the website this time next week, but hopefully I'll at least have control of the domains by then, so... but no, I think it's good to be in communication.
Okay, so let's just maintain weekly Google Hangouts Thursday, 10 p.m. and let's really try to round up some of these folks who wanted to plug in here. It's just so we can help facilitate their being here next week without any hitches.
Right. I know George had mentioned he has. What was the program for connecting you were talking about?
Yeah. Well, with this other organization that I was interested in, I still am, I guess, but less so than I was. I'm a lot less active with them. But they use Fuse, which is it's another video conferencing tool, and it's very nice. You can get, I don't know. I actually bought a license, professional license for it, which gives you the ability to connect to 125 people or something like that. and the video is very crisp. The sound is typically very good. So I don't know. I think it's a little nicer than what we're using right now. Although this is fine for what we're doing currently. It does not, in and of itself, give you the opportunity to save a copy of the meeting, record it. At least not that I know of. I should probably look into that and see if it does that. One might be able to do that with some other software. You make things pretty complicated if you want to. But I was just really impressed with it as far as it presenting a very, probably the state-of-the-art, kind of audio-visual interface for conferencing.
Yeah, I was just curious. So far, we're not exceeding our 10 limit here, so it's not a problem. But if we ended up getting more people on the call that wanted to participate, then that option might be viable.
Yeah, what you'd most likely have to do is have people pushing them in and out for each subject matter. You have some people, they want to talk on a certain thing, you have to pull them in, and then other people take them out of the panel.
Is that how Fuse works? You pull them in and out?
No, I meant with this Hangout.
With Google. I got you. Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. And
yep.
keep this thing rolling and stay in touch on the council page and meet up next Thursday.
Will do.
Sounds good. We'll see you. Bye.
Good night.
Good evening.
Mm-hmm.
information to people through the Private Express Trust. Hello there, everybody. This is David Brighton, and my co-host, he will introduce himself. Jack McKay, yes. Welcome again. Another week, 6 to 7. Welcome everyone to Evolve Quest. Go ahead, David. We've got some exciting guests. Absolutely. I was on the phone for 3.5 hours.
And who is posterity and all of that, we could do a 4-hour, radio show on alone. Okay, so let's not go there.
For sure.
And the Articles of Confederation, in my view, is one of the 3 organic laws that actually very much preserves your freedom. Okay, I think it's the Constitution is the first turning point. North ordinances didn't do anything to take away your freedom. The Articles of Confederation didn't do anything to take away your freedom, but the Constitution did. Yeah. And I point to Article 4 of the Articles of Confederation, wherein it acknowledges the free inhabitant. Okay, and it basically says if you're a free inhabitant of any state, then you are entitled to all of the privileges and rights of the citizens of any state without the need to become a citizen.
Right.
And so what it did in the language of that is it recognized that there are such things as free inhabitants on the land. There are people who don't need to be citizens to have all of their rights exercised.
Wow.
And
can we just interject for our listening audience the distinction of what a citizen is, basically meaning that it's an agreement to receive benefits from the state in exchange for citizenship. So the idea is that you can claim through full sovereignty and freedom if you claim to be a citizen, because if you're deriving benefits from the state, you're in subjection to their jurisdiction.
Which is part of the trust, if I understand that correctly, guys. Maybe you could fill in on both those points, please.
Sure. There are 2 distinct capacities that you could operate in if you know the difference. Okay, and one is the 14th Amendment citizen, and the other is the free inhabitant. And a free inhabitant is defined as Article 4 of the Articles of Confederation. It's not defined there, but it's recognized there. It's shown to exist. Okay, and that's never been repealed or in any way changed. Okay, these organic laws that came before the Constitution haven't been listed. They still apply. Okay, there's nothing in them that doesn't. You'll see the Supreme Court referring to the Articles of Confederation and the Northwest Ordinances and the Declaration of Independence as sources of law. Okay, so they haven't gone away. So we know that there's a free inhabitant. There is such a thing as a free inhabitant. If you were born on the land in the United States of America, you're born a free inhabitant. Now, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution created a citizen. Now, the citizen, the cover story was that the 13th Amendment freed the slaves, and then they had no status. They were no longer property, but they didn't have any status. So the 14th Amendment, on the surface, the way it was sold to the public, was to make the slaves equal by giving them federal citizenship. Before that time, there was no such thing. For that time, there was only state citizenship. Okay, you were a part of the state, and the states were together in a federation. Okay, but there was no U.S. citizenship or United States of America citizenship. And so the 14th Amendment ostensibly created equality for the slaves by giving them a status. However, as is true with as far back as the drafting of the Constitution, when these amendments were created, there were mixed interests involved. It wasn't just this altruistic desire to have slaves on equal footing. It was the 14th Amendment created fiction, created a heuristic for legal fiction. And this legal fiction is of a totally different order than the free inhabitant. And just real briefly, to see what that looks like, and kind of run through the hierarchy of power. Okay, there's man. Well, first of all, there's God. Okay, or so whatever it is to you. Okay, there's spirit. Okay, consciousness, primordial energy, God, Yahweh, whatever it is to you. Okay, and I think we can all agree across the globe that there's there's some sort of conscious origin, right? To us. Then there's the body of man, which is a natural, natural law phenomenon. Okay, the way I see it, I'm a spiritual, infinite being inhabiting a body for a time. Okay, so where do you live? I live here in this vessel. Yeah. Okay, and so that's a natural person, and it's a free inhabitant born from your mother. Okay, then that being inhabiting that body, a people, can create a government. And they did. They created the state government. And the states themselves, right? They got together and they defined how they wanted to get along. And the Articles of Confederation united the states into a federation. Okay? And then the Constitution basically sought to give the Federation more power. So when the 14th Amendment came along after that, and I want to make the distinction here, we've already crossed the line between real and fiction. Okay, we've gone from man or woman, people, okay, to creating a person and important to understand that person and people are not the words singular and plural. They're different meanings. A corporation is a person, but it's not a people. Okay, a government is a person, but it's not a people. Okay, so so we cross that line from the truth and real and natural law into the world of fiction by creating the government, which is a fictitious entity. Okay, the state or the federal government is a fiction. The state itself is fiction, but the nation is a fiction. Okay, it's a man-made set of laws and rules for a society. Okay, and then the fiction created with the 14th Amendment, the citizen. Okay, so the citizen cannot be a man. Citizen cannot be a natural being, a people. If a citizen is a person as well. So now everyone on this call has been running around for a lifetime operating two persons, a natural person, who's a people, a man or a woman, like your body and your spirit, your body. And then there's the person, which is the 14th Amendment derived citizen. And
you called that person earlier the juristic person. That's the same, right? And it comes from jurisprudence in the world of law. So when you say it's a fictional person, you're distinguishing it from the God created and He sold flesh and blood breathing being. You're distinguishing that from the legal entity, which is viable in the world of law, but of course it's not the breathing flesh and blood entity. It is a juristic person. Is that the legal fiction that you're talking about?
Exactly. Well, you can call it a juristic person. You can call it an ens legis. You can call it a legal fiction or a fictitious person.
You can call it a straw man?
Straw man as well. You absolutely can. That's a term that a lot of people are familiar with, and if you look it up in Black's Law, you'll see that's the meaning it has. It's not just referring to the waiting law. Although it does refer to that too.
What was that?
I said you gave us a feature. Yeah. What'd you say, PJ? I say that's what many refer to as the straw man. There you go. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you can call
how does what you just described play into the trust aspect? It's linked there, isn't it?
Well, if I may, you know, what Christian was talking about is a great reflection of the trust versus, say, a corporation. So to relate to the two, we have to give a little bit of background of what trust is. We all know that, let's just say that the basics of a trust is one individual giving something to another individual for the benefit of a third. It's your basic understanding of what trust is. What he was talking about was the juristic person versus what he referred to as the natural person. What you're seeing is you're seeing two different entities. You're seeing two different personas. You're seeing a persona that has the ability to operate in the public, and then one that is divine. It's divinity itself. It's I am. So we're in a position to understand that one is much harder to describe in fiction or in tangible, you know, third dimensional reality than the other. One is much more divine, flesh and blood, the I am that represents the man, and then the fiction that represents the commercial entity. The commercial entity, as he's been talking about, the juristic person would be, you know, referred to as what's represented through a birth certificate and registered with the state. It's what's represented through a IRS social security number. It's what's represented when you're quote unquote on the grid. You can consider that to be your juristic person, but it's persona. Okay, and what they refer to in history, in historical times, the persona is simply a mask. It's something that was worn to project the voices of theatrical performers when they were doing plays. The persona was created as a mask. It was a mask to not only represent a different image, to represent a different character, but to allow the voice to be projected through that character, to allow the energy to be projected through that character. And what that is simply a vehicle. All of this has been created. It's no secret. It's very clear and present that someone created these. But they were created by the powers that we all have. We're all divine power. And if we look at what the Constitution truly is, the Constitution in itself is trust created by grand swords, placed in the hands of trustees for the benefit of the beneficiaries. How is that power derived? It's not derived from the Constitution. The Constitution is a created document. It's a memorial. It's something created, which means that we always have the ability to create these constitutions. We always have the ability to create these declarations. Okay, so we can declare our will and testament. Yeah.
PJ, can I ask just a quick question? I've heard sometimes some people use the language that the Constitution is a living or breathing document. What do they mean by that, and is that true, do you think?
Well, it might be a matter of another call to speak of that, because the Constitution in itself, I think, is in effect a living, breathing document by its will and testament, because it's a Constitution and it has a declaration attached. If you picture the Declaration and the Constitution and some of the other documents that were put together to create this great nation as one piece, so to speak. The Bill of Rights, when you look at a trust or a corporation, there needs to be an opening for this document. So you're going to have your Constitution or your Declaration, and then you're going to have your document that shows all of your the word has escaped me now. Basically, the Bill of Rights is like your administration document. Okay. Your Constitution is like your declaration of the business or the declaration of trust, and your administration document is your Bill of Rights, or what you place in at the the Secretary of State's office when you register your corporation or your trust if it's private. So what's on here is that there are living, breathing parts to it, I believe, and I believe that it exists here. But what I'm using it for more is in relation to what it is, which is it is in fact a trust. It was placed. There were certain powers, and certain limits, and certain regulations, and certain interests, and certain wills placed in trust to trustees that we're to manage and uphold those for the benefit of the people. And that trust is created by the people for the people. And there's always been the ability to create what is, when we refer to it being a constitutional, it's very limiting because you're simply placing yourself under the power that you claim has been created. But we're so much further in divinity than that. We are the ones that created this. We're the beginning and the end, the Alpha, the Omega. We always have the power to create. So the private express trust is literally on par, or in the same status as what you would see as a nation state, or what you would see as a natural person, or what you would see as a sovereign state, what you would see as a constitution of living people, privately executed, without the need of jurisdiction, and without the need of any type of third-party entity or intervener in any way. It's not necessary to have the state involved. It's not necessary to have the federal government involved. These are contracts that are on par with my contract. My contract is divine. I can give my power. My power was given to me. It was endowed to me. The power to contract is always there. And when we create these contracts, we create a new persona, a new person, a new vehicle, if you will, to be able to move through commerce, but have complete control for its creation and its synthesis to its eventual disposition.
So, and let me ask you a question then, interject here too, and that is, like my age, I'm an accountant. I like to vet everything I do and everything I see, and I like to do a process myself before I advocate it. My kind of like main area is to access the most wealth possible in the easiest possible method. Do you all make that a part of your work as well?
Well, yeah. As far as the vetting, we made a pact a long time ago when we started this that we were not going to present anything that we couldn't also present the source material through it. So in terms of how we approach teaching this information, it's all straight to source material. It's straight to the law to show where this comes from and how you're entitled to operate it and whatnot. Yeah. And the majority of the law that we spend our time in is trust law, equity, historical common law, and a major portion of case law coming mostly from Supreme Court. And so are you accessing wealth through this methodology? What do you mean by accessing?
I mean, through this, awareness and interaction have within commerce and outside of commerce, are you able to access wealth that, in a way that the Rockefellers are doing? They're accessing their wealth in a way that you described earlier. Have you been able to access wealth in a similar way? I think that's what a lot of people want to know, especially let me comment on that. Let me comment on that a little bit. First of all, the Rockefellers are accessing wealth. They're preserving wealth because they are the chairs of Standard Oil. They created Standard Oil back in the 1700s and 1800s, and the wealth that they have has been privately protected and preserved for the last 200 or 300 or 400 years now. That's what you're seeing them accessing. They're accessing a legacy that they set up a very long time ago, before there was, such a concern as, a federal registry or federal region, or banks that needed to be registered, or all corporations that needed to be registered in states. This stuff all stems out from a long, long, long time ago when wealth was long preserved and held. So the access to wealth isn't because there's some sort of fictitious person that's been traded on the open market and there's a wealth that's generated through it, and it's not like that. We're talking about people that have age-old wealth legacies that have been created under private contracts that the government has absolutely no jurisdiction of whatsoever because they're private. What we're talking about is preserving a lifelong legacy for the future, and having access to wealth that you can protect, that would be tax not obligated and preserved in a way where we can avoid probates, we can avoid the concerns of 35 to 40% of our wealth being lost just by a simple transaction, because the taxation, right? The taxation doesn't come from having wealth, it comes from the transfer of it. Yeah. Agreed. So we need to preserve this wealth. That's what we're talking about. We access wealth through preservation. We gain wealth because that's our purpose as trustees. Our purpose as trustees is to properly manage the accounts that are given to us to gain wealth through proper management, true judgment.
So you don't work in the area of hypothecation off the straw man. That's not your area. You focus on the private sector, is what I'm hearing.
Christian, you want to answer this one?
Sure. We don't get into trying to capture the straw man, if that's if that's what you're talking. No.
You work on the private side then.
Exactly. What I what I do is I don't use the straw man with the all capital letters name that looks like mine, other than the fact that it's all capital. I don't use it for
I don't use it for anything. You use that.
Yeah. The only thing I use it for is TSA on passport. Airline travel. The only thing I use it for. Because
you don't use it for a driver's license and on and I mean, my God, so many things, right? Okay. Wow.
Nothing. So the point is that all that is that straw man, okay, that juristic person, all it is one option of vehicle that one could operate with in common. Okay, a corporation would be another. A statutory trust would be another. Okay, but I know the difference, and I know that if I operate in the capacity of a 14th Amendment citizen, what it is if you use that juristic person, that all caps name that appears on everybody's stuff, driver's license, credit cards, bank accounts, all of that. All you're doing is saying you want the government to be the trustee and oversee your life.
Yeah.
Okay? Marriage certificates, birth certificates, any sort of license or registration, anything, any form you fill out that person that you're signing for on behalf of that person, you're entering into the jurisdiction of the public forum, and you're giving your rights to them, and you're exchanging them for goods and privileges. Right. Now, the better option, as far as I'm concerned, is to take that, get rid of all that stuff the right way, and because everyone's got it, everyone's got piles of trail of minimum contact in the public forum, right? But you erase that paperwork and all those registrations, licenses, all those things, and learn to operate in a way that does not give jurisdiction to the fiction. Okay, and the way you then operate as trustee of private.
Well, but here's a question I have in that regard. Then, to me, it seems like you can have a corporation, like it's registered with the Secretary of State. You could have that. You can operate it. You could operate as a natural person. You could also operate as a minister or, authorized representative of your strawman. Like, and receive benefits there, like you receive benefits of having a corporation, like you receive benefits of being a natural person. I don't see them as mutually exclusive, though some others do.
Well,
I use all of them.
If you're right, you have the option of operating all of these things. You can have as many corporations as you want, or trusts, or whatever. Okay?
They're liable to you, though. They're liable to your person.
But the key is that you said you can get benefits from all of it. Yes, you can. But there's only one way to get out of benefits to privileges and stand on the right. And that is do not use U.S. persons. Okay, they are all franchises. All those ones you just described are all franchises of the United States corporation.
Agreed.
And if you use them, you give up your power.
The argument that has been made historically, and I'm referencing, Augustine of Hippo, who wrote City of God and the Confessions. He wrote a piece on how after the Israelites were emancipated from Pharaoh,
after they had been, slaves to Egypt for such a period of time, he talks about the plundering of Egypt, and he made that the basis for which he built a case by which there is a juristic or legal right to go in and plunder your oppressor after you have been freed. Now, is there any crossover here? Is that something that is deemed noble, viable, wise, unwise? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's being done now. Lincoln's Order 100, which was issued around the same time as the 14th Amendment, did just that. And it's still in place. It has become the leading source, the how-to manual for managing a conquered people. And the U.S. citizens are conquered people. And we are living under the law martial since then. So it's going on right now, and that's the problem.
Right, because I'm sure you've heard an essay by Basquiat on law, right? And one of the big emphases that he makes in his essay is to avoid circumstances that make you prone to being plundered by others. But there's always this kind of, predatory interest among people who aggregate or centralize power that they essentially want to plunder your wealth. So, once we wake up to this charade and we recognize how we have been plundered by the international banksters who have confiscated all the gold, is there a basis for making a claim, a just claim with a protected lien, where we, in a sense, now, plunder almost in a Robin Hood sense. It's not that we're stealing from the rich, we're taking back what was stolen from us, from our forebears, from our grandparents back in 1933 when FDR issued, his law that said, every American has to go down to your local Federal Reserve Bank and hand over all the gold or face up to 15 years in prison. Fine. So, do we want to try to plunder the oppressors and take back what was ours? It's
yes, I have
use the term.
Sorry, I have read it, and I know what you're talking about, and I guess there would be on a moral ground. Yeah, if it can be shown and effectuated, there would be just cause for returning the squandered wealth to the people. But the question that comes to my mind is, why would you need to? Yeah, do we even need to go there? Isn't it really? Part of it for me brings up the spiritual concept of oneness, and it's like, well, is there really a they at all? Can't we take full accountability for what we allowed to happen? And by we, I mean all of us. And is there any benefit in the separatist kind of mentality that says we need to go after them, whoever they are, whether it be the Rothschilds or the government or the whoever? I mean, is there really, is that really the right way to restore our human progress? And I just don't think it's worth it. I think let them keep all their gold. Just get rid of money.
we talk about plunder, right? Well, what we're really seeing here is we're seeing piracy by consent. Okay, it's not plunder if you're giving it away. And quite frankly, the use of the juristic person, the use of the identification number, the use of the bank account, the use of the license, it's all giving away by consent. You applied for those things. You asked for those things. You have those things. Those are yours. You are consenting to the piracy that's taking place to play in the commercial game only because you're not aware of what's available at the given time. And also,